January 2014. I think if we go through to May 2014, we get to WITN 3499014, please. This is 30th of May 2014. This is now addressed only to the junior minister, although it's said to be copied to all other ministers and to special advisors. And it's an update. We see that from the title and paragraph 1, to provide you as requested with an update on the work on the possible restructuring and retargeting of the contaminated blood ex gratia payment schemes into a single simplified scheme for all infected by HIV and or hepatitis C through treatment with NHS supplied blood or blood products. And I don't propose to go through the detail of it, but it refers to having received advice about how the existing schemes could be dismantled and how potentially a new structure could be created. Now, it's in the middle of 2014, as I understand it, that the Prime Minister indicated that there could be an additional £25 million made available as a one-off sum. And if we just look at a document relating to that, and then I want to ask you a bit more about that. WITN 3499015. This is an email dated the 3rd of June 2014, and it's from, I think, Will Jones is your private office. And then it says, the PM has responded and we have a bit of clarity on the direction of travel. The PM would like an additional £25 million added as a one-off sum from DH. DH should set out how we think the money should be used. The PM agreed to a review and streamlining the system of financial support. The PM agreed that the Secretary of State should express regret to the individuals who've become infected. This includes publishing the DH documents relating to the infections early. And then there's a sentence that's incomplete. I don't know why. What's your recollection of how the decision was reached in relation to this £25 million? It was not formally announced until the following year, but just in terms of the decision-making in the middle of 2014.
So I'm not sure quite how we got to that point. I think it's entirely possible that it was a suggestion from me that we find £25 million. To give you an idea of context, and this might surprise some people, but in the sort of 115 odd billion pounds budget, I had an informal understanding with the Department of Health Finance team that I would have a discretionary £50 million a year that I could use for emergencies or things that came up during the year. That was £50 million that was effectively an unfunded pressure, to use their language. But we agreed that in the current financial context, there was a need sometimes for a Secretary of State to be able to spend a bit of money to solve a problem. And so, as I say, I suspect what happened is that there were discussions with number 10, probably not directly with the Prime Minister, but with the Prime Minister's health advisor, about what are you willing to do about the concerns that campaign groups have about the way the AHOs are functioning. We would have explained that to address their concerns was ultimately going to be a multi-billion pound issue, which the Treasury said they weren't willing to fund. We would have said, as the Department of Health, the most we can afford as an interim measure is £25 million, which would have been half the total allocation that I would have had, and that we were willing to do that as a temporary measure. And then there would have been a discussion, I suspect, again, not with the Prime Minister, but with the Prime Minister's health advisor. And on the basis of that, Will Jones would have written this note. And
I think you tell us, you describe in your statement it as a contingency pot, this £50 million that you held. Is it fair to say that the £25 million was in a sense, an arbitrary figure. It recognised money that you could lay your hands on, rather than being a figure that was identified as a solution to the problem.
That is absolutely correct. I mean, we were scrabbling around for money, and I think at this time we were waiting for the Penrose report to come out. I think we had an expectation, as I think campaigners did, that it would be much more substantive than it actually ended up being. And so we thought we were likely to have to properly address the issue then. And that was going to be my moment when I would go to the Treasury and say, we really do need to find some extra money for this. So I was thinking, what can we do to get us to the point where Penrose is published, given that people need extra support now? So I think I would have said, okay, well, I will, but just to be absolutely clear, this was not an official pot of money. It was not written down anywhere. It was an informal understanding between me and my finance director at the Department of Health that there was occasionally going to be need for things like this. And that was, so yes, I think we thought, well, okay, this is a serious issue. We'll allocate half of our contingency pot to this.
And we don't need to go to it, but there's a submission dated the 8th of July 2014. I'm going to just read the reference into the transcript for the record. It's WITN 3499016, and it provides advice on options for the spending of that £25 million. If we come forward then a little to October 2014, again, just to follow it through chronologically, Lawrence, could we have WITN 3499017? This is, as we see from the bottom of the page, dated the 29th of October 2014. We can see from the heading, Business Case for DH Policy Proposal, Reform of the System of Ex Gratia Financial Assistance for People Infected pre-91 with HIV and or hepatitis C, and so on. And then the first paragraph explains that the department proposes to consult on reforming the system. 4 lines in, it describes the current system as complex and with a number of shortcomings. And then the last sentence of that paragraph says, DH therefore proposes to reform the system so that it's more rational, fair and flexible. And then paragraph 2 says, in order to achieve this, some redistribution of resources would be required, and consequently this proposal will be contentious for those who see a reduction in or end to the payments they receive under the current system. So what was being looked at, is this right at this point in time as a possible route, subject to consultation, was reorganising, again, the expectation was within the existing budget envelope, the way in which the system was both structured and the nature of the payments that were made, which might result in some who were currently receiving payments no longer receiving those payments.
Well, this is why it was a nonsense way forward, because, you know, in a context of people having suffered an injustice where everyone was not getting the sums of money that they needed or should have been entitled to, it was a dead end to think that one way we could address this issue was by reorganising the schemes that existed, if that meant that we were going to be cutting payments to some people who, given that, you know, no one was getting what they deserved.
And I don't need to go through the detail of it, but again, for the benefit of those listening, paragraph 9 on the next page identified that this would be a contentious policy change with a significant risk of legal challenge attached to it, particularly from those who might receive less under the new system.
So we didn't actually pursue that.
No.
So I think it was understood that even though that was advice, it wasn't good advice.
Now, there was a draft consultation document, however, building on this, that was produced. I'm not going to go to it because it wasn't the consultation document that was ultimately issued. But again, for the benefit of anyone wanting to follow the detailed chronology, The draft consultation document is dated November 2014 and is WITN 3499018, and that was sent to Jane Ellison in November 2014, and again the reference for that is WITN 3499019. Can I, at this point, pick up the narrative in your statement, Mr Hunt? So if we could have on screen, Lawrence, WITN 3499001, and go to page 43, please. So we can see in paragraph 33.17 of your statement, you refer to the draft consultation document and the submission being sent to Jane Ellison. That's the document I've just referred to. And then you say the hope was that the 12-week consultation process could be completed before the general election of the 7th of May 2015. In the event, the consultation process was delayed, possibly out of a desire to wait for the Penrose inquiry report, which was expected to comment on issues of financial support, as well as the need to study the work that had been published by the APPG on the 14th of January 2015. So it sounds from that as though the reason this didn't go ahead was not because of a departmental acknowledgement that it was nonsense, but because other things were going on in the background that might affect the position. Is that right?
I'm not quite sure when the £25 million was agreed, but if this was after the £25 million, I think this might have been after the £25 million was agreed. What I was saying was nonsense, was the idea that you could reorganise the scheme without putting any extra money into it, because then, although you might make it more logical, you would have people losing out, and that would be very unfair. So that was what I was referring to as nonsense.
And in terms of that 25 million, my understanding is, from your statement and the documents, is that it was agreed between you and the Prime Minister, or at official level, whatever it might be, in the middle of 2014, but it was not announced until March 2015, and we'll come on to the announcement.
Correct.
So that takes us to the end of 2014. At the beginning of 2015, we have, as alluded to in your statement, the publication by the APPG of its report. If we just briefly go to that, it's RLIT 5031. And we see there the description of the report and the date January 2015. Now, I'm not going to ask you about the detail of it, Mr Hunt. The inquiry's looked at this report with other witnesses in earlier hearings. But as I understand it from your statement, you don't expect that you would have read this report. You would expect that that was a matter being dealt with by Jane Ellison.
Correct, although I may well have read summaries of it in the media, and I'm sure I was aware of it.
So we then get to March 2015. 25th of March was the publication of the Penrose report. You've alluded already to the fact that the department, might be putting it too strongly to say, had an expectation that the report might be more far-reaching in its recommendations than it was. Do you recall what your response was, or the department's reaction was, when the Penrose report was finally produced?
I think we thought it was a bit of a damp squib, but I don't think we thought that was necessarily a good thing. If the Penrose report had come up with some specific recommendations for Scotland, that would have meant that I could have gone to the Treasury and said, this is what we should do in England, and we need you to give us the extra resources to do it. And it would have been a lever that would have allowed me to do that, and quite possibly I would have had the support of number 10 in that situation. So I think from a departmental point of view, as someone who was aware that there was an issue here that needed to be resolved, it meant that I didn't have that lever that I was hoping might have been there.
We can see from your statement, so if we put the statement back on screen, please, Lawrence, WITN 3499001, and the same page again, page 43, we'll see the Prime Minister's announcement in response to, or on the same day as the publication, so bottom of the page, it says, on the same day, the Prime Minister offered an apology for what had happened and announced the additional £25 million of funds. And then you've set out the text of the Prime Minister's announcement. My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this with the Penrose report being published today. I can do all of the three things he asks for. I know that many members on all sides of this House have raised the question of infected blood, and I've spoken about how constituents have been to my surgeries. While it would be for the next government to take account of these findings, it is right that we use this moment to recognise the pain and the suffering experienced by people as a result of this tragedy. It is difficult to imagine the feelings of unfairness that people must feel at being infected with something like hepatitis C or HIV as a result of a totally unrelated treatment within the NHS. To each and every one of those people, I would like to say sorry on behalf of the government for something that should not have happened. No amount of money can ever fully make up for what did happen, but it is vital that we move as soon as possible to improve the way that payments are made to those infected by this blood. I can confirm today that the government will provide up to £25 million in 2015-16 to support any transitional arrangements to a better payment system. I commit that if I'm Prime Minister in May, we will respond to the findings of this report as a matter of priority. And just to understand the significance of the dates, that's the 25th of March. Parliament was dissolved on the 30th of March and a general election held on the 7th of May 2015.
Correct.
And so is it right to understand, in accordance with the general conventions, that in that intervening period you would not expect to be making significant policy announcements until the election had taken place?
Correct, and also the right place for those policy announcements to be made would be Parliament, and Parliament was dissolved for the general election.
Can we just look at the written ministerial statement that you issued on the day that the Penrose inquiry report was published? So that's at MACF 5022_045. We can see it's written statement made by you, 25th of March 2015. In the last sentence of the first paragraph, you echo what the Prime Minister had said. I would like to say on behalf of this government how sorry we are for what's happened and express my sympathy for the pain and grief suffered by many infected people and their families. And then in the next paragraph, you refer to the support schemes, and you say in the second sentence, the system has evolved in an ad hoc and incremental manner, now comprising 5 infection-focused schemes that operate according to their own individual criteria. You refer to there having been improvements, and then you say that despite these improvements, there have been continued criticisms of the system, and then there's a reference to the, amongst other things, the APPG report. And then if we pick it up, in the fourth paragraph, beginning, I thank both the on member, you say in the second sentence, it's with frustration and sincere regret that our considerations on the design of a future system have been subject to postponement while we awaited publication of Lord Penrose's final report of his inquiry in Scotland. We had hoped to consult during this Parliament on reforming the ex gratia financial assistance schemes, considering amongst other options a system based on some form of individual assessment. However, I felt it was important to consider fully Lord Penrose's report before any such consultation. Given its publication today, we clearly are not in a position to launch a consultation on one of the last sitting days of this Parliament. And then in the next paragraph, second sentence, you say, whilst it will be for the next government to consider all of Lord Penrose's findings, I would hope and fully expect proposals for improving the current complex payment system to be brought forward with other UK health departments. And then there is a reference to, again, to the £25 million. So we know, obviously, that the government was re-elected. You remained Secretary of State for Health. So I want to pick matters up next in June, post-election, so June 2015. But before we look at any further documents, the one recommendation that had been made by the Penrose inquiry report was a recommendation in relation to offering testing for hepatitis C to those who'd had transfusion. Was any work undertaken by the Department of Health, to your knowledge, to consider the applicability of that recommendation to England?
I don't know. My understanding from the documents I've read preparing for this session is that the Department of Health's view was that testing had happened and that therefore it wasn't necessary to do further testing in England, but I only know that from what I've read in preparation for today.
So if we then pick matters up in June, WITN 3499020, this is a submission dated the 1st of June 2015. It is, we don't need to go to it, but page 6 gives us the list of those to whom it's copied, and it includes your private office. It's copied to Mr. Jones. But we can see it's addressed to the Parliamentary Under Secretary of State for Public Health. And the issue is identified in the first paragraph is, as requested, this submission sets out options and estimates for using extra money over and above the additional £25 million already allocated in 2015-16. And then the last sentence of that paragraph says this would be contingent upon additional money being agreed by HMT and cannot be met from within existing DH budgets. Paragraph 2 says Secretary of State has asked you to recommend a way forward on this issue. So is it right to understand from that there must have been some dialogue or interaction between you and your minister?
Yes.
And then paragraph 3 sets out how a proposal to HMT could be formulated. I think at this stage I need to go through the detail of the options, because again the options change I think to some extent from document to document. But I want to pick it up with a letter that you wrote then at the end of this month to the Prime Minister. So that's at CABO 40163_003. It's a letter dated the 30th of June 2015 from you to Mr. Cameron, and we can see it's headed, if we go further down the page, Lawrence, response to the Penrose report, and you say this: as you know, this is an incredibly difficult issue where we are committed to giving a full government response by the end of July. It is basically impossible to bridge the gap between the expectations of families who have suffered and are expecting a settlement exceeding £1 billion and what we can realistically afford. Time is also pressing as we currently face litigation from 3 hepatitis C sufferers or former sufferers who are making the case that the current arrangements favour HIV sufferers over those with Hep C. Legal advice is that some are likely to succeed, and if the DH were ordered to recompense them, we would face a multi-million-pound liability for compensation for them and others in similar circumstances. After considerable thought, I'm writing to set out what I believe our options are. And then we have 3 options set out, and I just want to read parts of this because this is obviously a point at which you are directly involved in the decision-making process. So the first option is what you've described as the austerity option, £25 million. This option sticks to the £25 million we promised before the election, with no additional resources allocated for lump sum buyouts from the existing scheme or accelerated treatment for those with hepatitis C. And then there's reference to the current scheme being reformed. You pick up in the next paragraph on the criticisms of the system, and say this: the current system has been widely criticised by those affected by infected blood due to its confusing structure, discretionary charitable payments and outdated funding structure that apportions money to some who are ostensibly well and little to many who are ill. We would reform the system from 5 funds to one single one, which will allocate money on the basis of impact of infection on each person's health. We would also remind GPs of the issue of infected blood and their responsibility to offer HCV testing to those at risk in accordance with Lord Penrose's recommendation. Then we could use the additional £25 million to offer final payments to buy bereaved spouses and partners out of the existing scheme. Currently, only about 10% of spouses receive regular payments, but under this proposal, subject to views following consultation, all surviving bereaved spouses would receive a payment of around £20,000 to exit the scheme. Around 90% of bereaved families currently get nothing, so they would benefit, but campaigners would be furious and consider it a slap in the face. If I can just ask you about something in that second paragraph on the page. You talk about the system apportioning money to some who are ostensibly well and little to many who are ill. Don't need to ask you, I think, about the reference to little to many who are ill, because that, I think, is well understood. But why was it thought by the department that the current systems were giving money to those who were ostensibly well?
I suspect that is compensation to families who've lost loved ones rather than payments to support people who are currently ill.
In any event, that's our first option that the department puts forward. And then the second option, 2, is minimum scheme likely to satisfy majority of sufferers. And this would cost, is this right, an additional £480 million? Is that how we should read this?
Correct.
And then you say this: given the expectations set by the generous settlement made in Ireland for similar issues up to £1 million for each family, it will be impossible to satisfy all families affected by this tragedy. But I believe the following scheme would satisfy the majority of such families. Payments would be offered not just to bereaved families but to existing sufferers in order to buy them out of the scheme. Payments would be around £50,000 per bereaved family and up to £100,000 per infected person. This option would close down the payment schemes, so whilst payment would need to be tapered over the next 5 years, after this point, no further funding would be needed. And then top of the next page, additionally, a new hepatitis C treatment which can clear the infection has recently become available. The NHS has introduced an accelerated treatment programme for those with greatest clinical need. Only around 800 of the infected blood cohort are eligible, leaving 2,500 with no early access to the new treatment. Under this option, all 2,500 would get accelerated access. This would be funded by us paying for private treatment, as we would not be able to use NHS funds to allow them to jump the queue ahead of other NHS patients in greater clinical need. There is a risk in this option that it would create a precedent for the DH to be lobbied for funding treatments that NHS England does not currently provide. But I believe this is manageable given the exceptional historical circumstances. However, although we are making progress in identifying £22 billion savings to the health budget, we have not completed this process, so this option is not currently affordable for DH and would have to be funded by additional resources from the centre. So just to understand that second option, Mr Hunt, it would require additional funding, £480 million, but the proposal, is this right, was twofold. It envisaged essentially the winding down of the schemes completely and one-off payments to as it puts it, to buy people out of the scheme.
Correct.
And they're not...
And a treatment option.
And yes, I'll come to the treatment option. In terms of the payments, they're not very generous payments, are they?
Well, I was making a judgment here, and it's a judgment that I fully accept people might disagree with, but I was writing a letter to the Prime Minister in which I was trying to explain to him that, given I've been told in no uncertain terms that there was no possibility whatsoever of the Treasury finding the £1 billion plus that would have been necessary for an Irish scheme, if that was off the table, what might potentially satisfy people as being not as generous as Ireland, but doing a great deal more than we were currently doing. And I fully accept that it's contentious as to whether that would have actually satisfied people. As Health Secretary, I personally had a priority to try and get treatment to as many people who were ill as quickly as possible. And there was this issue that the way the NHS, for very understandable reasons, prioritises treatment is on the basis of clinical need. So the people who didn't have the greatest clinical need, only 800 people would have got treatment early, so got treatment automatically from the NHS. And I felt it was wrong that there were 1,700 people who, as a result of failings by the state, had an infection that was life-changing. And so I wanted to allocate some of the resources to that. And
then the third option is described as maximum possible within DH budget constraints, £125 million. And you say this: if we did not want to proceed with the austerity option one, I've looked at what could potentially be done within the very stretched existing DH budget. The advice I'm being given is that very little is available. Furthermore, I'm clear if we were to find additional resources, it would take us longer to identify the £22 billion savings, and perhaps most significantly harder to balance our books in the next 2 years when pressures will be particularly acute. However, I'm also aware of the need to do the maximum we possibly can to bring closure to a terrible tragedy that affected around 4,600 people, for which they and their families have suffered immeasurably. So with the agreement of yourself and the Chancellor, I would be prepared to absorb an additional £100 million pressure in the DH budget to fund accelerated access to the new Hep C treatment for all those in the early stage of the disease. This would come from DH funds and would not be funded to the NHS England mandate. Indeed, would be most likely to be provided privately. This additional £100 million would be on top of the ongoing costs of the payment schemes. So just pausing there again to understand option 3, this is on the basis that the schemes will continue essentially at the same, with the same level of funding that they currently had, leaving aside the £25 million that had already been found from the contingencies pot. And within the existing DH budget, there would be a further £100 million. And your proposal in option 3 was that that could be used for accelerated access to the new hepatitis C treatments.
Yes, let's be clear. The extra £100 million was a number that I plucked out of the air. There wasn't any logic to it in terms of the scale of the need. But because the spending review was going to take a further couple of years, it was £50 million. It was the pot that I had available for both the following 2 years, used up in its entirety for this. And I thought it would be something, not remotely satisfactory, but I thought it would be something. But I had a suspicion that the Treasury were going to say that they weren't prepared to find anything for this, so everything had to come from the Department of Health. So this was the maximum that I judged that we could afford.
And at the bottom of the page, you say we should be clear that this option would not satisfy campaigners. So on that basis, you may decide to go for option 1 anyway. But my own view is that notwithstanding that, it is probably the fairest option to go for given current financial constraints. Go on to say something about a public inquiry, but I'll come back to that later. So of 3 options, all of which were, is this fair to say, imperfect in different respects, the least imperfect in your view was option 3?
Well, no, my preferred option was not option 3. My preferred option was option 2, but it been made very clear to me as Health Secretary that I would have to fund in its entirety any costs with any option, and we would have had to therefore take that 480 million from the NHS's frontline services budget, which I didn't think would be right. So that's why I say given current financial constraints, that's in a way a code for saying given what the Treasury is willing to fund on top of my budget, then I think option 3 is what we're left with.
I see. And then I just want to look now at some documents emanating from number 10 in relation to this issue, which, as I understand it, you would not have seen at the time. So although some of what was being said would be fed back to you or your private office, the documents themselves are not documents that you would expect to have seen. Is that right?
I think so, yes.
So we can start by CABO 40163_002. And we can see it's from Claire MacDonald, 5th of July 2015 to the Prime Minister. I'll come back to the handwritten entry in a moment. Let's just look at the text. So it explains that you have written to the Prime Minister to outline the proposed next steps to reform the system of support. And it describes you as having outlined 3 potential options for moving forwards with this, which we've committed to do before recess. The next paragraph refers to the announcement in March of the 25 million. It refers to campaigners having highlighted the fragmented and inconsistent payment system of support. We agreed that we should look to consolidate and reform these systems of support. And recently at PMQs, you committed to a full government statement in response to the Penrose report. There's then reference to the negative response from campaigners to the Penrose report. There's reference to the one recommendation, and it said that will be accepted and implemented. And then there's reference again to you writing to the Prime Minister. And if we go over the page, we can see in the second paragraph it says the downside is that in order to keep the overall costs of the scheme in check, the consultation also proposes withdrawing support from uninfected family members, such as widows of those who've died following infection. This change would be a natural consequence of prioritising based on clinical need, but will generate substantial opposition. The Scottish Government have made clear that they will not join any consultation where someone might lose as a result, but we expect a long delay before they put forward on alternative plans. And that, as I understand it, picks up on that earlier consultation document that we looked briefly at from the end of 2014. And then there's a summary of your 3 options.
In a different order.
In a different order, yes. Hence my confusion, I think, earlier when I asked you a question. And it says Jeremy Hunt favours option 3, which was option 2 in your letter, which he thinks is fairest and will close down the issue for future years.
Yes, I think my letter did not say it would close down the issue for future years. I think that's a false inference from my letter.
And then we can see the number 10 view. Our view is that we should proceed with option 1. So that's the austerity option, the 25 million already announced and nothing further, which is the only option we feel is realistic in the 15-16 spending environment. HMT will not agree to a further 100 million from DH underspends when hospital providers are running deficits. The Hep C drug will eventually be available, I think there should be the word 2 there, everyone. As NICE has improved it, but it's being rolled out in a staged way. Jeremy's final option of additional money from HMT is clearly not feasible on top of the 8 billion of extra funding already agreed for the NHS. And then the question that's posed for the Prime Minister, are you content to proceed with option 1, publishing a consultation before recess with the intention of using the 25 million to give lump sum payments to surviving bereaved spouses of those infected? So we can see Mr Cameron's response to that question is no. If we go up the page, in relation to the second paragraph and the idea that support would be withdrawn from those who already received it, his comment is no, this will not work. And then if we just go to the first page and just look at the handwriting there, I think I can read most of it. So, sorry, I don't think these work. A scheme that is meant to help but actually takes money away from people who currently get it is hopeless. And I accept we don't have 480 million lying around. Surely there is a route where we increase the 25 million to 100 million or some such to fill in the worst payment gaps and merge all the charities into one, which I think is ultimately is effectively essentially what happened.
Yes.
Do you agree with the characterisation by the Prime Minister of the idea of taking money away from people who currently get it as hopeless?
Well, he took a political judgment. He may well have been right. I took a slightly different judgment because within the 125 million, I wanted to prioritise treatment and make sure that everyone who had Hep C got treatment really quickly. So we made a different judgment in that situation. I understand why he made the judgment he made, and I think he is right that there would have been a lot of opposition from the families that didn't get the compensation that they were expecting. So, you know, for me, the important thing about this response was that he understood that it would be harsh beyond belief to stick with the 25 million, and that we should, as a very minimum, do the 100 million. It was also clear that he agreed the national finances couldn't find the 480 million, which obviously from a Health Secretary's point of view would have been what I would have hoped would have happened, but those were the constraints that I was operating under.
And if we go to WITN 34999021, we can pick up the communication of this from number 10 back to your office. So if we go to the second page, we can see in the main part of the page an email from Will Jones, so your private secretary, 6th of July 2015, and it says the PM's looked at the Secretary of State's note on contaminated blood and the proposed consultation over the weekend and has asked for a radical change in direction. And then we have the 4 bullet points. A very clear steer that he's not prepared to consult on or implement a scheme that removes money from groups that currently receive it. Not feasible to spend an extra 480 million or request additional funding from central reserves. Minded to progress with reform of the charities, but effectively level up the payments with and we can see an expectation that the DH would meet that cost, and then no interest in pursuing the option of accelerated hepatitis C treatment, so we can discount this option for now. And then if we go to the first page, there's a concern expressed in the middle of the page. I don't know whether this is from DH Finance. Oh, yes, it is. It's from the Director of Group Financial Management at Department of Health, saying, I'm still left with the question on how this can be funded, given we've no resources to meet these costs internally beyond the one-off £25 million in for 2015-16. So that I think then, in terms of July, takes us to one further document. Yes, it's a further document from the Prime Minister, CABO 40164_002. So this is a submission a week or so later, again from Claire MacDonald, dated the 13th of July, to the Prime Minister. Again, we'll come back to the handwriting. It says, you asked for a different approach to the consultation on reform of support schemes, and it refers to the consultation having been redrafted. And then in the third paragraph, it says, to meet your request, but also stick to the timetable you committed to at PMQs, the consultation has been redrafted to make it entirely open as to the best way forwards, rather than specifying a preferred government position. This delays decisions on funding for the new scheme until the consultation is complete. There's no longer any reference in the consultation to withdrawing support from certain groups, and the consultation clearly states it's our intention in reforming these schemes that anyone currently receiving support will continue to do so in a reformed scheme. And then over the page, there's a question about who should announce this, and the answer there is given is, in terms of whether the Prime Minister announced it, no. And then the consultation is likely to raise expectations of significant additional payments. You initially committed 25 million of additional funding for new payments, but this was a one-off amount rather than recurrent funding. And the next paragraph then says, we'll work with the Department of Health and HMT to a spending review timetable to consider the affordability, I think the word of is missing, the new scheme, and we'll come back to you with further advice. And then if we go back to the first page and just look at the handwritten entry, again, as I understand it from Mr. Cameron, this is better, but totally unspecific, and so will disappoint. And then, sorry, can we zoom in, Lawrence? It says we need to find, thank you, Mr. Hunt, a sum of money and our approach, an approach that is a final one. No one is expecting us to solve this, but simply to be a bit more generous, I think. think is what that says. So we have that at the 13th of July, and then if we just complete this exchange by looking at a response within the department internally, it's WITN 3499022. This is again from Mr. Jones to a range of officials within the department, and it explains that the Prime Minister's considered the Secretary of State's letter. Again, we now have a revised steer from him. And then I think we can just, if we look at the second and third bullet points under the heading on scheme reform and money, he felt something closer to, but in excess of the initial £25 million already identified would be more appropriate. He would like the policy unit to work with DH with the aim of identifying funding for this through the spending review process, ideally coming out ahead of the final outcome of DH's settlement if possible. Then, in fact, under the next heading on the consultation and written ministerial statement, the PM accepts that unfortunately the above will mean we don't have a substantive response ahead of recess. So the way in which you describe the outcome of this in your witness statement, Mr. Hunt, is, if we go to WITN 3499001, page 50, paragraph 33.40, so near the top of the page, you say this: my own recollection is that we ultimately settled on the option of making an additional £125 million available, including the sum publicly committed in March 2015, with the focus to be on increased financial support rather than the treatment-focused approach that I put forward. The detailed options for reform were to be consulted upon. So it ultimately, following those various exchanges, it came to the situation where you would find, in addition to the 25 million already allocated, the 100 million, but that 100 million would go into the payments under the schemes rather than accelerated treatment for hepatitis C, and that 100 million had to be found by the department. There was no further money being made available by the Treasury. Is that right?
Correct.
So note the time. I can pick up the rest of the chronology, I think, after lunch.
Very good. Well, let's take a break then now until 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
Mr Hunt, picking things up at the end of 2015, your statement tells us that in December 2015 there was the announcement of the public consultation on the reform of the schemes. You've set out the timetable in your statement. I don't think we need to go to the underlying documents, but just in terms of dates. The consultation ran between January and April 2016, and then the results of the consultation and the government response were published in July of 2016. I just want to pick up a couple of documents arising out of those events. First is at WITN 39030006. If we go to the second page, we can see it's another minute from Claire MacDonald to the Prime Minister, dated the 5th of July 2016. And then it refers to the introduction of the new scheme, and it says in the first bold paragraph, the Department of Health are ready to announce a new, more generous compensation scheme for people infected with contaminated NHS blood products. The details are set out in this note for your agreement. If you would like to announce this £125 million of new investment, you could do so at PMQs on the 20th of July, or DH could put this out themselves more quietly. And then, I don't think I need to go through the detail of it, but there is a description of main features of the new scheme. If we just go to the top of the page and just look at the handwriting from Mr Cameron again, I'm not quite sure what the first word is, but something...
Thanks.
Thanks. Good work. I would like to announce it.
It is less.
It is less than the sufferers want, but without my intervention, this would not be happening. So let's go for it. Do you have any observations? I've been asked to ask you on what's set out there.
Well, you know, he did make the decision to go for that middle option, the 125 million, not the 25 million option that his number 10 officials advised him to go for. And so I think it is true that, you know, he did make an intervention to increase it. But I think that note also demonstrates that he understood that it wouldn't be the solution that people were looking for.
And I, again, I think picking it up from dates in your statement, those plans were announced by the Prime Minister in July 2016. Now, there was then... we've explored details of the schemes with other witnesses, so I'm not going to go through the detail of how the scheme changed and the payments with you, Mr Hunt. But we know, and you referred to it in your statement, that there was then a later consultation in the spring of 2017, and that was about something called the special category mechanism. And again, I'm not going to take you to the detail of that. But there is just one thing I wanted to pick up with you from that time. It's CABO 40105. This is a letter from the 20th of February 2017. It's from Lord O'Shaughnessy, Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Health and the Lords, to Amber Rudd, the Home Secretary. And we can see the heading is Infected Blood, Reform of Financial and Other Support. It says, I'm writing to seek Home Affairs Committee agreement to publish a new consultation, and then it explains it follows the earlier consultation. What's the reason for having to seek Home Affairs Committee agreement to undertake a consultation?
Because for domestic policy, there's a subcommittee of the Cabinet, which is the Home Affairs Subcommittee, which Amber Rudd chaired, which would approve things that were not deemed necessary to go to full Cabinet.
And then if we can go to the third page, we can see the heading, Collaboration with Devolved Administrations. It says the consultation response relates to scheme reform in England only. And then it says this: Scotland announced its own scheme reform in March 2016. It'll be for ministers in Wales and Northern Ireland to decide how to provide for beneficiaries within their jurisdictions. The government in Wales is considering the outcome of a survey to those affected by the infected blood tragedy in Wales to inform its decision on infected blood reform from 2017-18. The government in Northern Ireland announced on the 22nd of December 2016 that it plans to replicate the English scheme as had been announced July 2016. So we can see from this, as from other documents, that what had been a UK-wide scheme with the various Alliance House organisations dealing with individuals from England, Wales, Northern Ireland and Scotland became 4 devolved schemes. And it's right to understand, I think, that the decisions that we were looking at before lunch in relation to payment and so on, and the consultation, refer to the English position only.
I believe so.
Do you have any understanding of how it was determined that what had been a UK-wide system would become 4 national schemes?
I'm afraid I don't. I should know, but I'm afraid I don't.
And then can I ask you to look next at a letter from Diana Johnson MP to Lord O'Shaughnessy. It's CGRA 00011031. This is 3rd of April 2017, and she says this in the first paragraph: I'm writing as the co-chair of the APPG on haemophilia and contaminated blood to express my concerns about the planned reforms to the English Reformed Support Scheme for those affected by the contaminated blood scandal. Please also consider this my formal response to the Department of Health's consultation on special category mechanism and financial and other support in England. She then refers to the government announcement of the support scheme in a written ministerial statement in March, and then says this: I will set out 3 concerns about the proposals as they stand. And I just wanted to ask you about that. Her first concern is expressed in these terms: firstly, and most crucially, I feel that the consultation neglects the fundamental issue which lies at the heart of all of the concerns raised by APPG members. It is this: whilst the government has recognised clear needs which need to be met within the affected community, it is not willing to put enough money forward to meet these needs. Was she right in your view?
Yes.
She then sets out a number of other matters in relation to that, which I don't propose to ask you about. If we go to the second page, bottom half of the page, her second concern is in the penultimate paragraph, where she says, secondly, I must express deep concerns about the uncertainty over the future discretionary budget. And then she talks about the consultation document and the impact assessment, and then in the bottom few lines talks about some parliamentary questions that she'd asked about what was meant in real money terms for those affected. Continues, the Department of Health clearly has a figure on what these cuts will mean, and I would be grateful if you could provide it as a matter of urgency. Are you able to provide any views on the second concern about the uncertainty over the future discretionary budget?
I'm afraid I'm not. I'm not really aware of what that issue was about.
Okay. And then the third concern, I think, is a more straightforward one. So if we look further down this page at the penultimate paragraph, she says this: finally, I write to reiterate my long-standing concerns about the lack of support for the bereaved. Many of the bereaved understandably feel that with a smaller discretionary fund than promised, they'll receive less than they had before. The small £10,000 ongoing payment, which is now being paid out, offers scant reprieve from this, and as stated earlier, many widows have fallen short of the strict eligibility criteria for this. And then she continues in the last paragraph to say, I can only reiterate my strong feeling that until more funding is announced, I regret that the government's proposals will continue to rightly attract huge concern and a considerable level of worry amongst a group of people affected through no fault of their own. Do you, or what is your view on her concerns about the support for the bereaved and the adequacy of what was proposed in relation to the bereaved?
Well, I think I made it clear in my advice to the Prime Minister before in that letter that you showed up that I didn't think that the 125 million would satisfy campaigners. I didn't think it would close the issue. It was a small step in the right direction, but only a small step in the right direction. And I think this demonstrates that point, that, you know, it was very much unfinished business.
Now, what resulted, obviously, were the four national schemes, or the four devolved schemes, and a lack of parity between those four schemes. So the inquiries previously heard there were things available in Scotland that weren't available in England, Wales and Northern Ireland, and things available in Wales that weren't available in England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, and so on. Were there any discussions, to your knowledge, at a departmental or ministerial level about the four schemes and what could be done to ensure that there was parity between them?
Not at my level. There may well have been at a junior ministerial or an official level. But unfortunately, I think that's something that we had no control over legally because of the devolution settlement. It's not logical at all that something that was a UK-wide issue that happened when the NHS throughout all four nations was run by the UK government, but that changed in 1997, and so we genuinely didn't have any control. I could imagine a situation in which the four nations decided to act in concert with a single scheme. I don't know whether that was explored or not, but there weren't the best of relations at a political level because England, Wales and Scotland were being run by different political parties. So I don't believe any of those discussions happened.
Would you agree that there, bearing in mind, as you say, these were events that had happened across the United Kingdom pre-devolution, that there should not have been significant disparities between what you might get in Scotland and what you might get in England, Wales or Northern Ireland, when you've suffered the same loss?
Yeah, I could use the words there should not have been a difference, but you know, there was a conflict between two different things that we as a country had democratically decided. One was the devolution settlement, which did give Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland genuine autonomy over health matters, and so we wouldn't have had an ability to impose a single scheme across the United Kingdom.
Can I then just flag up one further submission, which is at DHSC 0050103. If we go to the third page, this is a submission of the 12th of September 2017, and we can see the issue says number 10 has responded saying that they want the uplifts to be funded from DH's existing budget without additional funding from HMT and to publish by the 14th of September. We can see a discussion in the first four paragraphs. So it's said in the paragraph 1, in response to a submission setting out reforms to the infected blood payment schemes, you asked the infected blood team to consider options if the payment scheme funding envelope was increased. And then paragraph 2, you and the Secretary of State agreed that discussions should be held with number 10 to explore options to reinstate annual payment uplifts from 2018-19, previously announced in 2016 but not yet implemented, and to increase the overall level of discretionary funding available. An additional £4 to £22 million per annum would be required from HMT as finance colleagues confirm that DH does not have the money for this. And then 3, number 10 confirmed that they would like to see the additional funding from DH's existing budget. The DH finance team are working to identify the funds in the existing budget. And then if we go over the page to paragraph 9, which is the 4th paragraph on the page, into the heading finance, number 10's requirement to deliver all components of the 2016 scheme from within existing DH budgets results in unfunded costs from 2018-19 for the remainder of the spending review, in which existing commitments outside of the NHS mandate substantially exceed the funding available. Options will be presented to the Secretary of State on the options for cutting other budgets in order to support delivery of the number 10 infected blood commitment. Now, it would appear from this, and I think you or your office may have been copied into this, but it was obviously not addressed to you. But it appears from this that, again, the department was being told it had to find any additional money for the uplifts there described from within its own budget. No extra money is available from the Treasury.
Correct.
As far as you can recall, during the time you were dealing with this issue of the payment schemes, was any additional money ever forthcoming from the Treasury?
No.
Were any written cases ever submitted to the Treasury for consideration, or was it more a question of don't even go there because the answer will be no?
Well, it wasn't quite don't even go there, but in a way we had a very, I mean, we knew that the Treasury's answer would be no, so our only chance of them changing that would be if number 10 decided the answer should be yes. And we did have very regular communication with number 10, in which we were essentially asking number 10 if they would support us in asking the Treasury for additional funding. But as you saw from the early exchanges with number 10, the answer always came back exactly the same, that this had to be met from DH's existing funding requirements. I mean, the national finances were under very great pressure. You know, we had a huge deficit. And at the time of that memo, I do remember it was the time when the DH's finances were at their worst ever. We had, I think, from memory, something like £1 billion of savings that we needed to find over the financial year in order to get the books to balance, and we didn't know where it was going to come from. And, you know, I basically negotiated the following June a £20 billion rise in the NHS budget. If I hadn't been able to do that, we would not have been able to balance our books.
And just so that we can understand what's being said in paragraph 9 there, the reference to the NHS mandate, is that effectively the ring-fenced monies?
Correct.
To provide for essentially NHS services?
Yes, which, you know, was about 70 or 80% of the money that came into the Department of Health went straight to the NHS, and the legal document was the NHS mandate. That was what we asked the NHS to do with the money. But
by the time you left office in 2018, is this right? There was the new scheme, an English scheme now rather than a UK-wide scheme. In terms of additional funding, and leaving aside what additional funding might or might not have been made available in relation to the uplift issue here, there was the 125 million, which was found within existing departmental budgets, nothing from the Treasury.
Correct.
When I think it was Sir John Major gave evidence to the inquiry, he used the analogy in terms of government decision-making of a tanker, a super tanker, and the length of time it can take to get that super tanker to change direction. It might be said it took an awfully long time from 2012, 2013, when those first submissions from 2013 were looking at the schemes, to get to the replacement English infected blood support scheme 2017-2018 with very little additional funding.
Yes, it took too long. And I think when you look at the anguish that families are facing, but actually the simple fact that people were dying without getting access to the additional compensation for their families or support that they needed with their lives. You know, I don't think anyone can be proud of the performance of the British state over the last 25 years, but during the period I was in office, and this is not to excuse it, but the bottom line was that there was a big financial issue and we had a huge national deficit. And so, you know, it was like we were trying really hard to do something, but we just didn't have the ability. I'm talking about it from the Department of Health's point of view. We didn't have the ability to do it. And as someone who cared a lot about patient safety issues, I was able to, you know, commission a second Francis report after Mid-Staffs, a report into Morecambe Bay, the Ockenden report into Shrewsbury and Telford, the Gospel report. And I was able to make progress in a number of other areas, but it was immensely frustrating that in this area, because the quantum of money involved was billions, not hundreds of millions, and I just didn't have that at my disposal. Progress was, I mean, I think you could only describe it as painfully, painfully slow.
And it might be said, or it might be a submission that's made to the inquiry in due course, that even with the changes that were made, what the scheme that emerged at the end still fell a very long way short of addressing the injustice, to use a phrase that you've used.
Well, that's my view, yes.
Can I turn to consider the question of a public inquiry and pick that up in your statement? So if we could go back to WITN 3499001. And if we could go to page 5, please. In paragraph 0.4 at the bottom of the page, you say this: when I did become Health Secretary, it was made clear to me that the Treasury would not support an inquiry because of the potential cost to the taxpayer which, taking into account any decisions on financial support which might follow, such as a recommendation for a compensation scheme similar to that in place in Ireland, could amount to billions of pounds. I did not therefore pursue the issue and followed the official government line in correspondence with all campaigners. Can you help us in understanding who made it clear to you that the Treasury would not support an inquiry?
This was conversations that I had with Treasury ministers and also conversations that we've talked about with Number 10 as well, which, you know, operated as one with the Treasury throughout my entire time as Health Secretary, well, except certainly under David Cameron and George Osborne's time. So it was just made very clear to me the whole time that any funding for this would have to come from money received by the Department of Health.
And in terms specifically of the institution of an inquiry, did you push back against that? Before we get to 2017, did you make representations and try and challenge the line that was being given to you?
Well, basically, I knew, and Number 10 and Number 11 knew, that a public inquiry would be likely to recommend large sums of money, compensation, support for families that would have to be funded centrally, not from the department's budget and the NHS's budget. So that was why, because of the independence of an inquiry, the power of an inquiry is that, you know, as you are very well aware, the power of an inquiry is that it's very difficult in practice for a government to reject any recommendations that are made by a public inquiry. It has, you know, it does it in enormous detail, as you're doing, and its recommendations have tremendous moral authority. So I think everyone understood that if there was a public inquiry and it made a recommendation of, whatever the compensation was, that would have to be funded by the Treasury. And so, therefore, it was clear to me that number 10 and the Treasury would not support a public inquiry. But I felt, as I said to you before, that there was a very big injustice. So I was looking out, if you like, for when a moment might come that position might change. And it did come. Maybe we're going to go on to talk about that.
We'll come on to that in 2017. But just to go back to my question, does it follow from what you've said that in practice you did not push for a public inquiry because you were confident in your own mind that that would get nowhere?
I wasn't just confident in my own mind. I mean, I knew the answer was no. If you look at all the responses that we had from number 10 to the discussions about much more minor improvements that we would make, it was very clear that they believed that every penny of support to resolve this issue would have to come from the Department of Health's own budget.
And then I think we can get a sense of the government line that was then promulgated on the issue of a public inquiry and communications with campaigners and individuals from DHSC 6736736. Now, this is not a response from you. It's a response that's been provided on your behalf, and I'm afraid this is looks like a draft letter, so it doesn't look as though we can be clear as to who it's from. But we can see from the first paragraph, somebody in any event is replying on your behalf, and it looks like we're dealing with late 2012. But the third paragraph says this: as I expect you know, it has been the view of successive governments that after all this time there is no justification for a public inquiry into the matters relating to NHS-supplied contaminated blood or blood products in England. The relevant facts are already in the public domain, and then reference is made to documents being published in line with the Freedom of Information Act. Now, it might be said, Mr Hunt, that line, and we've seen it in earlier documents, we'll see it in later documents, was disingenuous, because from what you said, the real reason for not holding a public inquiry was the concern that it might lead to recommendations for the payment of compensation which the government didn't want to have to find.
I'm not trying to defend that line. It's wrong. And that is the kind of groupthink that was in the government that basically said that this scandal happened because, good people were trying to do their best. Something terrible happened. It wasn't anyone's individual fault. And therefore, when it comes to compensation, the matter is closed. That was the view of successive governments. And indeed, we didn't have any reason to think that, some of the stories that we've heard subsequently that clear evidence that people were being infected was overlooked by key people at the time in the 1970s and 80s. I felt that irrespective of whether people have been deliberately infected, more compensation should be paid, because this was a terrible thing that had happened, and it was an injustice in its own right. And so that was my basis for wanting to see if there were ways that we could get more compensation and more support to the families. But that is the sort of, I suppose, the legal line that because, my own belief, but you're going to come to this conclusion in your inquiry, is that it's wrong, but my own belief is that that it's not correct, but it was the public line, and I didn't have any reason I didn't have any reason to deviate from that, and indeed I was obliged to follow collective responsibility as a health secretary, even though, as you know, I personally felt that we needed to do more.
And just so that others listening can understand that reference to collective responsibility, is that the convention that as a cabinet minister you publicly articulate a government line, and if you are not willing to do that, you resign.
Yes, and that means that you have to publicly defend lines that you privately have argued against. So, you know, at this time, I thought the NHS needed more money, and I was arguing for more money, and I was writing to Theresa May asking for more money for the NHS. But if I had been asked on the Andrew Marr show, has the NHS got enough money, I would have had to say yes, because that was the official line as agreed by the whole of the Cabinet. Now, that might sound wrong, but that's actually the way government has to function, that you agree something as a group of people and you all defend that line until that group of people in the Cabinet decides something different. It is sort of the way it has to work for government to function.
Can I just ask you to look again at the letter you wrote to Mr Cameron in June 2015, CABO 40163_003. We looked at the detail of what this said in terms of the issues regarding financial support. But if we could go to the last page, you say this in the second paragraph. In terms of handling, I would suggest an oral statement by Jane Ellison launching the consultation on scheme reform and responding to the Penrose recommendation. I do not propose to publish a substantive response, given that this was a Scottish inquiry and Scotland do not intend to respond. And then this. Should there be calls for a further inquiry in England, I recommend that they be rejected, as all our documentary evidence will be in the public domain very shortly, and further inquiries would hinder scheme reform. Now, this isn't a public document or a letter to a campaigner. This is you writing to the Prime Minister. If it was your view that there should be a public inquiry, why were you recommending to the Prime Minister that such calls should be rejected?
Because at that stage it had been made very, very clear to me that any additional funding that a public inquiry might decide was necessary would have to come out of the NHS budget. And we had completely run out of money in the NHS. And because I knew that was the very clear position of the government at that time, then I didn't know where we could possibly find the money that would have been recommended by a public inquiry. When I was able to get the Prime Minister to agree to a public inquiry, it was without the caveat that the money would have to come from the NHS's budget or the Department of Health's budget. And so that's why I was able to recommend it. And, you know, I was obviously delighted when Theresa May agreed to it.
So if we move then to 2017, because I think prior to 2017, the line continued to be from the Department of Health and from the government, no need for a public inquiry. And I don't think we need to go to it, but there's I think a letter you wrote to Diana Johnson, and there's correspondence between Vaughan Gething, the Welsh Minister, and the department, in which that line is essentially maintained. But then you say this in your statement. So if we could go to WITN 3499001. Oh, sorry, Lawrence, page 6. It's the second paragraph, 0.6. I'm just going to read it out, and then I understand there might be a slight correction that needs to be made to the beginning of the paragraph. So it reads, in 2017, just 5 weeks after the Conservatives had been returned to office, but having lost their majority, Prime Minister Theresa May was going to have to respond to a parliamentary question on the issue. I sensed an opportunity to change the government position, and I've no doubt that it was because of the impression made on me by Mike Dorricott over many years. I had felt unhappy about the government position throughout my time in office, and thought this could be the moment, with the government distracted and weakened by the election result, to secure justice. I knew that from her response to the Hillsborough families as Home Secretary, Theresa May had a strong sense of duty to those whose voices were shut out by the system, but do not know if she consulted the Treasury before making her decision to hold a public inquiry, which to her great credit she did. Now, I understand that there may be a slight correction to make to or something to add to the first part of that paragraph.
Yes, I think it was not so much Theresa May having to respond to a parliamentary question, but to a parliamentary debate that would have been something that potentially the government would have lost.
you say you sensed the opportunity to change the government position. Can you just help us understand a little more what you mean by this?
So I thought that this was unfinished business, that we needed to give more support to the families. As I said here, you know, Mike Doricott, who very sadly died at this stage, was in my mind. But I also knew that it had been consistently blocked by the Treasury because of the potential cost implications. And here was a parliamentary situation which the government was going to have to respond to. I don't remember exactly what the motion was in Parliament and whether it was I don't think it was a binding motion, but there was something the government was going to have to respond to. And I had dealt with Theresa May over the Hillsborough inquiry, which we had both worked on together, and she was a very strong supporter of the Hillsborough families. And I knew that she had a very strong sense of the importance of securing justice in these kinds of situations. And I think that Diana Johnson deserves enormous credit for creating that parliamentary moment that allowed me then to make the argument to Number 10, we really should have a public inquiry, it's the right thing to do. And then to my delight, the answer came back yes, without any reference to the Treasury. Now, when the Prime Minister's decided something, the Prime Minister's decided something and it goes ahead. And I don't know whether the Treasury were involved in that decision or not, but it was a very, very important breakthrough.
And just to look at a handful of documents in relation to the decision finally to hold a public inquiry, if we start with DHSC 0050028, um, 7th of July 2017, so this is a submission. It addresses in part the question of funding options, but also the question of whether there should be an inquiry. And if we turn to page 3, please, Lawrence, we'll see the heading B, inquiry, and then it says this at paragraph 12. To date, the Department of Health's position has been that another inquiry would not be in the best interests of sufferers and their families, as it would be costly, delay action to address their concerns, and would curtail plans to reform the existing support schemes. The Department's published all relevant information that it holds on blood safety in line with the Freedom of Information Act 2000. There have also been 2 previous inquiries, the Archer inquiry and the Penrose inquiry in Scotland. Now, Mr Hunt, I understand these aren't your words because this is a submission produced by officials, but I just want to unpick that first sentence a little. From what you've said, the Department's position, or perhaps more broadly, the government's position, was indeed against an inquiry because it would be costly. But it's difficult to see how that could be said to be not in the best interests of sufferers.
Well, I don't think that paragraph was written by officials, and I don't think it's. I think ministers have to take responsibility for everything that happens in their department, so I would never blame any individual for that. But I don't think it's a very accurate representation of what the real score was. I think it is true to say that there is always a risk in an inquiry, in a public inquiry, that the government can use a public inquiry to kick issues into the long grass because they take several years. And so it is a reasonable point to make that there is a risk in a public inquiry that this happens. Although in this inquiry, you know, I know that you are considering whether you make recommendations for interim payments, and Sir Robert Francis has published his views on that. So it doesn't have to be the case, but there is a risk of that. So it's not wrong to say that, but I think the real reason why the Department of Health's position was against a public inquiry was because they thought that the costs of any compensation that was decided by a public inquiry would have to be met from the NHS's budget, and that was the heart of it.
And then if we look at paragraph 13, it says, however, victims remain of the view that there's been a cover-up and are not satisfied by previous inquiries. Recent events, including the announced inquiry into the Grenfell Tower fire and recent media articles on infected blood have increased the pressure to hold a public inquiry. And then there's reference to Andy Burnham, who the inquiry heard from, and the speech he gave during a German debate calling for a public inquiry. And I want to just look with you at some other materials that were being published at around this time. But before we do that, we can see, if we go to, I think page 5 will suffice. And we can see in the conclusion, in the third line, you are also asked for a decision on whether to hold an inquiry on infected blood. And although we don't see from this version of the document who this is addressed to, is it right to understand that the you here is the Secretary of State?
Yes, I don't remember if I saw that document, but I think what is important about that document, I mean, it looks like a real document, so what is important is that despite the fact that the Department of Health for many, many years had been saying we can't have a public inquiry, here is a document being written by officials for ministers as to what they need to think about if they're going to change that position. So I think it's very clear that there was a sense at the time that ministers might say, we do want a public inquiry, and then we need to be, knowledgeable about the facts so that we know what we are asking for and know what we're going to get.
And then I just want to look at a media report and a couple of parliamentary reports from that first week or so in July, just to understand what role they may have played in the process. So if we go first of all to MDIA 40184, this is an article published Mail Online. The headline speaks for itself, NHS tainted blood, shame. But we can see the date is the 3rd of July. And then there is reference to patients being given deadly contaminated blood for at least 5 years after health officials became aware of the danger, damning documents reveal, reference to newly unearthed minutes, and then reference in the last paragraph to a major civil action to be lodged at the High Court today in which 300 families of victims are suing the government. And then the article continues over the page. I'm not going to invite your comment on the specific allegations, Mr. Hunt, but it's fair to say that the department would have known, first of all, of this article or articles of this kind, but would have known from this that there was also anticipated litigation.
Yes, I think they would have known there was anticipated litigation through sources other than the Daily Mail website.
Yes, I'm sure that's right. It's just a convenient mechanism for showing it to you. And then if we go to RLIT 301160, we can see this is Diana Johnson, to whom you paid credit a few minutes ago, 4th of July 2017. And it's described as a point of order. And it says this: in his final speech in the House, the former Right Honourable Member for Lee, that's Andy Burnham, made the very compelling case that there was evidence for criminal acts having taken place during the contaminated blood scandal, which was, of course, the biggest treatment disaster in the history of the NHS. Given that the criminal acts that allegedly took place are set out on the front page of today's Daily Mail, is it appropriate for the Secretary of State for Health to come to the House and say what action he intends to take? The former Right Honourable Member for Lee asked the Secretary of State to indicate whether he was minded to set up a public inquiry into what's happened, and said that if that did not take place, he would notify the police of the evidence he had in his possession. So it would appear that, as at early July 2017, there is pressure from a number of sources: the media, litigation, Parliament, and indeed Mr. Burnham's threat to take matters to the police. Would it be fair to infer that those all played a part in the thinking of the department and in your seizing the moment in the way that you described?
Yes, but I think that if I was going to sort of say what had the biggest impact, I think it was probably not so much the media coverage, because the Department of Health is always dealing with unfavourable media coverage. I'm afraid that's a sort of fact of life in that department. I think the threat of legal action in terms of, you know, what's described here as criminal acts, the department would have taken the view, well, that is a matter for the police, and if there's evidence of that, then, you know, we'll cross that bridge when the police bring a prosecution. I think the real thing that caused, if I can put it this way, the goal to be open was the threat of losing a vote in Parliament, which was subsequent to this when the Speaker said that he would allow a debate. And I think that was really what allowed me to go to Theresa May and say, look, I think this is the right thing to do, and this is the moment to do it.
And we can see it at RLIT 0001161. Diana Johnson's proposal on the 10th of July 2017 that there should be a debate on that very issue, the establishment of an independent public inquiry. So that's what you were referring to.
Correct.
We know, if we look at CGRA 0001119, we know from the first paragraph that you decided that you were minded to hold an inquiry, and the date of that is the 10th of July 2017. We can see it from the first paragraph, and then it says, in accordance with the Ministerial Code, he would like to consult the Prime Minister for her views. And then that is the process that was undertaken with Theresa May agreeing to the establishment of an inquiry. Can I then just ask for your observation now on a different document, an earlier document, WITN 3499029. This is a document addressed to the Parliamentary Under Secretary of State for Public Health and to you. It's dated the 4th of July 2014, so it takes us back 3 years. But you'll see the relevance, I hope, from the title, Contaminated Blood, Transparency of the Historical Record. Because as we've seen, part of the line that was taken by the department was to say, well, we've placed documents in the public domain under the Freedom of Information Act, and therefore we don't need an inquiry. And I just wanted to ask whether you have any comments on paragraph 3. It says this, the preparation of records for release is a time-consuming and manual process. The process ensures that the right information is released to the public to avoid challenges and penalties. And then this, the Cabinet Office has asked departments to ensure that information is not unintentionally disclosed, which might open the department to litigation or penalties. Now, that might suggest something less than a transparent provision.
I totally agree. I mean, I don't think I saw this document, and it seems to me to be completely against the point of the Freedom of Information Act and completely against the standard of transparency that all governments should aspire to. I mean, if the government becomes subject to litigation because these things come into the open, well, that's something the government has to cope with, but I don't think that should be a reason for not releasing things into the public domain.
So the Prime Minister's announcement of the inquiry was on the 11th of July 2017. She made a handful of observations when she made the announcement. I'm afraid I don't have the text of it on screen, but I'm just going to, as it were, repeat them to you. And I'm not asking you to comment on what the Prime Minister's view might or might not have been, but just to see whether this reflects your own thinking. She described it, as I recall, as an appalling tragedy which should simply never have happened. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
She described thousands of patients being failed. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
She said that victims and families who've suffered so much pain and hardship deserve answers as to how this could possibly have happened. Would you agree? She said they've been denied answers for too long.
Yes.
And that they should finally get the answers and justice they had spent decades waiting for.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the inquiry being established, or the decision to establish it being taken finally in July 2017, it's right, I think, to understand from your evidence that it's this combination of political and governmental pressures and financial pressures that led to the decision to establish the inquiry.
Oh, sorry,
Yes.
Sorry, I should have inserted the word financial. I didn't hear how the sentence was ending.
There was no new piece of information that came to the attention of government, was there, that meant an inquiry now was necessary when it hadn't been before?
I mean, potentially this allegation of criminal activity, but I don't think that was actually in the end the significant thing, no.
Would it be fair to say that it's ultimately the position that the government announced an inquiry that could and should have been established years or decades before? Would that reflect your view?
I think it is, yes. I think it's undeniable that this should have happened, decades earlier. And I think the question is how it is that it could have become a kind of established by the establishment, if I can put it that way, that nothing wrong was done, and that line then religiously stuck to by government after government, and the further away that we got from those incidents, the harder it came for a succession of ministers to challenge them, because it just became established as sort of received wisdom, as you could see from the documents that you showed me earlier. But I do think it's a very big failing of the state that we didn't have more openness earlier on. And it's not for me to say this, but I sincerely hope that one of the things that you will conclude as an inquiry is understanding how we can prevent that happening in the future on a completely apparently different set of issues. But essentially it was, I think it was trying to protect the reputations of people on the basis that they were trying their best, which then led to a lack of transparency about what happened and what mistakes were made.
I just want to pick up on a couple of matters relating to the Treasury. And in general terms, I don't think we need to look back at any of the documents. It would appear from your evidence that both in terms of enhancing, improving, extending the payment schemes and in terms of establishing a public inquiry, the central stumbling block, or a central stumbling block, was the desire not to use government money to pay for that. Is that fair?
Extra government money. Yes, and I think, look, it's a difficult thing to explain with the people in this room today, but the Treasury's job in some ways in government is to say no to lots and lots of spending requests that come from left, right and centre. That's how they keep control of the national finances. And we did face in 2010 picking up the pieces from the biggest financial collapse since the Second World War. So it was a very difficult environment for the Treasury as well. And the country was in deficit in every single one of the years that we're talking about. So it was a particularly difficult period. But from my point of view, responsible for the Department of Health, it was made very clear to me that any funding at all to resolve this issue would have to come from the department's budget, which ultimately would have meant the NHS's budget.
It might be said that, in part for the reason that you've just referred to about the role of the Treasury, that the Treasury is always likely to take the line that there isn't more money and it doesn't want to provide more money to departments. If there's a sufficiently strong will across government as a whole, so leave aside the position of an individual department, the money can be found, can it not? And obviously was found, for at least for this inquiry.
It was, but in the end it took the Prime Minister to decide to do it. It took the Prime Minister to decide to require the Treasury to consent to it. And we did get to that point in the end, but it took too long.
Do you know whether an exercise has ever been done of anyone working out how much could have been saved ultimately if a proper scheme of compensation had been established in the late 80s or early 90s?
I'm not aware of any such exercise.
Can I then just come back to a handful of passages from your book, Mr. Hunt? RLIT 0001163. If we go to page 4, I want to pick up on the theme of transparency that we see set out not quite halfway down the page, but you say, my first instinct was to focus on transparency. All these avoidable deaths felt like a major scandal, but one that no one seemed to know about. There seemed to be a kind of omerta around avoidable deaths in the NHS. This was partly because people at the top of the service thought their political masters would not want the bad publicity, but it was probably more from an understandable worry that talking about such deaths would damage public confidence in the NHS. Unfortunately, the corrosive consequence of such thinking was all kinds of terrible cover-ups in which both the Department of Health and the NHS were sadly complicit. When problems like mid-staffs were identified, the default response was to try and sort them out behind closed doors without the public ever finding out. And then you talk further about transparency in the course of your book. Now, the inquiries heard about the duty of candour in relation to NHS bodies. What about the duty of candour of government officials, government ministers?
Well, I think we do have a duty of candour, and that was why, with a succession of these tragedies and scandals, I thought the best thing was to set up independent inquiries. So I did it for, as we talked about earlier, for Morecambe Bay, for Shrewsbury and Telford, for Gosport, for Patterson. And I think very often the machine was very uncomfortable with the fact that I wanted to keep setting up independent inquiries to get to the bottom of what happened, because I became aware that I couldn't ask the department to do these inquiries because that would be like asking them to mark their own homework. And so you had to ask someone trusted from outside to look into the issue. So the other thing that I did, which was, I think probably the most important change in transparency that I was responsible for, was to set up the Ofsted system for hospitals, GP surgeries and care homes, so that an independent inspector went round all of them, rating them as outstanding, good, requires improvement, or inadequate, so that the public would know if the care they were getting from an organisation was safe or not. And then I published data on surgery outcome rates by surgeon, and a whole bunch of other things wherever I could. I came to realise, though, just to give you a complete answer, I started by thinking it's all about transparency. I came to realise that transparency on its own is not actually enough. You have to then have a system where there is the energy and determination to change things on the basis of the data that you get. So sometimes you can sort things out just by transparency. You know, it shocks the system into changing things. But sometimes, even after you've said the care in this hospital is poor, nothing happens. And so you do need to have an energy to sort out problems that goes alongside that transparency.
But if transparency and an ability to learn from mistakes is important for doctors and other healthcare professionals and NHS bodies, is it equally important for civil servants and for government ministers, particularly in a department such as the Department of Health?
It is. It's more difficult in an adversarial political system for politicians to say, I made a mistake, because, you know, someone in Parliament will stand up and say, he just told us he made a mistake last week. How do we know he's not making a mistake this week? And you get a lot of that yaboo. And, you know, in my book, I wrote a whole book about some of the mistakes I think I made when I was Health Secretary. And I was actually surprised at how I didn't get that response from people. People actually welcomed someone who tried to write objectively about what happened. But I think that with civil servants, there are two things going on, which it's worth just unpacking if you'll allow me.
Yes, absolutely.
Richard. I mean, the first thing is this desire, human desire really, to cover up mistakes or to gloss over them, sometimes to protect your colleagues, but you know, it is a human instinct. But I think there's also, with civil servants, a desire to please their political masters. They're very conscious of the fact that they are civil servants who work for elected officials. So quite a lot of their advice may sometimes subconsciously be what they think their elected masters want to hear. So it may be that the civil servants who were responsible for this area actually did have their own private suspicions that something terrible happened in the 1970s and 80s, but weren't sure whether the politicians would welcome something that would mean billions of pounds of additional liability, so didn't confront us with those facts. It's not for me to make that judgment, it's for you to, obviously, with your careful examination of the evidence, to try to understand that. But I think sometimes the problem in our system is that civil servants don't want to confront ministers enough with difficult choices, and they can be too deferential, and that may have been a factor here too.
And that's an issue you touch in your book. I don't think we need to go to the pages, but you touch both on the blame game in relation to politicians and the difficulties of, in a parliamentary system, potentially of owning up to mistakes, and then that issue about civil servants and there being hierarchical constraints potentially on civil servants advising ministers, also in your book. One of the other topics you touch on in the book, and perhaps we will go to this, it's page 28, please, Lawrence. Is groupthink. This chapter is entitled Groupthink, and you describe it in these terms. If we look at the bottom half of the page, so it's the paragraph beginning, the answer is patchily, but picking it up in the second line, you say, let's look in more detail at the dangers of a consensus becoming so well established that no one wants to challenge it. And then you discuss that further, not least in the context of matters relating to the decision-making regarding COVID. Can you just perhaps elaborate upon that a little, that idea of...
Yes, I mean, I think the groupthink that I found most troubling was this idea that harming and killing some people is inevitable in modern healthcare systems. It's just going to happen. It's the price of doing business. And whereas if we organise things better, we should be able to stop all preventable harm and death. And it came home to me because, and I mentioned in the book, that a very early conversation I had with the medical director of NHS England, Professor Sir Bruce Keogh, who was a heart surgeon, and he described how one of his patients died after one of his heart operations. And he was very upset, and his colleagues said to him, Bruce, he had a bad heart, he was going to die anyway. And Bruce said, yes, but he wasn't going to die on Tuesday. And that, for me, is the problem with groupthink, is that you're trying to support your colleagues who are going through a stressful time, doing a very stressful job. And in medicine, you know, you're taking life and death decisions. In a pandemic, you may be taking a decision which ultimately means who lives and who dies if you're having to decide who you're going to admit to an intensive care bed and you haven't got enough of them. And in that context, people try to reassure each other, and then they understandably try to convince each other that they weren't responsible for a death that they may have been responsible for. And I think it's important to say that in the vast majority of those cases, absolutely no one is to blame. But the result of that kind of groupthink of this was going to happen anyway, there's nothing that could have been done, is that you don't then have a proper examination as to whether things could have been done differently and led to a different outcome. And that's the concern that I have. And so I think that, there is that. And I think that might be a factor here.
And just before we leave these extracts from your book, if we go to page 33, you say at the bottom of the page, when I left the Department of Health after 6 years of focusing on the issue of avoidable harm and death, there were still 3 outstanding inquiries. And then over the page, you identify those as Gosport, the Cumberledge Review, and the review into maternity deaths at the Shrewsbury and Telford Hospital NHS Trust. I've been asked to point out to you that you don't identify this outstanding public inquiry.
And I should have. I mean, it's obviously a very, very important one. I could easily have done it, and I should have.
Can I then just ask you, in relation to the charity that you set up, Patient Safety Watch, if we could go back to your witness statement, please. So WITN 3499001, and it is it's page 13. Now, you refer in paragraph 4.2 to the establishment of this charity in September 2019. You explain about 5 lines down that the research looks at avoidable harm caused by day-to-day medical error rather than that caused by administrative or policy decisions, and that you're not looking at the issues with which this inquiry is concerned. But I just wanted to ask you about what you say in the very last 3 lines. You say, we do frequently come across the tendency of modern health systems to underplay, misrepresent or cover up patient harm and death. So those themes that you refer to in your book by reference to your time as Secretary of State for Health are themes that you have also encountered through the work that Patient Safety Watch undertakes. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, and that probably explains why I didn't mention it as a 4th outstanding inquiry, because my focus in patient safety has been on medical error, as in decisions taken in hospitals by doctors and nurses, or indeed by GPs, which have resulted in harm or death that could have been avoided, rather than what appears to have happened here, which was a decision taken by officials with respect to a national policy approach to blood products. And what Patient Safety Watch does is it simply commissions Imperial College London to look at that kind of medical error and to try and quantify the amount of avoidable harm and death we have every year in the UK, and they'll publish their first piece of research into that in a few months' time. So it's a slightly narrower focus, but the themes obviously overlap.
And then if I could then draw your attention to a report of the Health and Social Care Committee, RLIT 0001282. Now, this is a relatively recent report, April 2022, of the committee which you talked about this morning, which you chair. We can see it's entitled NHS Litigation Reform. It's a fairly lengthy report, and I'm not going to ask you to comment on the bulk of it. But one of the themes that has emerged from the evidence that this inquiry has heard was a concern on the part of officials and ministers not to provide financial support because of what was seen as a slippery slope to no-fault compensation. And that idea of no-fault compensation or compensating people outside of court actions for clinical negligence is one of the central issues in this report. Can you just tell us in a nutshell what the conclusions were of the committee in the report?
Yes, and by the way, we're not the first people to make this recommendation. I think Sir Brian's very familiar with the approach that we took from his own work on the Bristol inquiry. But I think there is a crossover in a way to the issues you're considering here. So the example that we give here is that if a baby is born severely disabled, at the moment under the law, maybe the child has cerebral palsy because of errors made in the birthing process. The only way that the family can get compensation is if they can prove clinical negligence, either by the clinicians involved or by the hospital. And of course, they desperately need that compensation because they've got a disabled child to bring up, and it's a, you know, that child will have a lot of needs. And so you end up with a legal process that can last between 5 and 10 years. And you know, then they might get a multi-million-pound settlement, but they didn't get the money when they needed it most, which was in the early years. And the doctors are incredibly defensive in the process because no doctor wants to be accused or convicted of clinical negligence. And the one thing that needs to happen most of all, which is to actually understand why it happened, because no doctor would do this on purpose, learn the lessons, change the procedures and spread the lessons around the rest of the NHS, is the thing that doesn't really happen. And in Japan, which is one of the examples we used in this, they introduced no-fault compensation for children born with severe cerebral palsy in 2008 or 2009. And they have had a 1/4 reduction in children born with severe cerebral palsy in that period. So it's immensely better, much, much cheaper. And I think the last comment I'd say on this is that when I was Health Secretary, I was warned we can't have no-fault compensation in the NHS because it would be too expensive, because the vast majority of people who are harmed by the NHS don't take the NHS to court. But if you just had automatic compensation from a menu, then you'd end up paying money to lots of people who don't currently get paid anything, and that would end up costing a lot. To our astonishment, when we did this report, and that's what they do in New Zealand, when we looked at what happens in New Zealand as part of the research for this report, we found that actually it costs half as much as a proportion of all their health spending in New Zealand as it costs us in the NHS in England. So it is not only much better for patients because lessons are learned, but it's also much cheaper for the health system.
Finally, from me, Mr. Hunt, for present purposes, just 2 questions. The first is this. Your successor, Matt Hancock, when giving evidence to the inquiry last year, accepted that there was a moral responsibility on government to address the impact of what has happened to those infected and affected. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Secondly, if we turn back to your statement, please, WITN 3499001, and go back to page 5. It's what you say in the last sentence of paragraph 0.3. I just wanted to draw attention to, not least because I understand that Mike's family are watching your evidence. You say this, it will forever remain on my conscience that I did not come close to delivering justice to Mike and his family whilst he was alive. And that remains your evidence.
Yes, and you know, Mike wasn't the only person I met who was affected with the contaminated blood scandal, but I think it was universally agreed that he was a wonderful man. He was a very decent man. He could have been a lot angrier than he was, actually, and he was someone who I think understood the constraints that politicians operate under, and he was always very gentle and very decent. So I did remember him. I don't think it'll be any consolation to Anne, but I would say that I think thanks to Mike, and indeed thanks to Melanie and Steve and other constituents that I met, I probably was the first health secretary who came into office with the sense that this was something that was unfinished business, where justice had to be done. And I was also one of a long line of health secretaries over decades who wasn't able to resolve it, at least in my case, until the very end. But what I would say is that although in some ways you could look at this as a huge failing of our democracy that it's taken so long to resolve this issue, I think in another way the families and campaigners, including Mike, were entirely responsible for justice being done in the end by the way they campaigned, by the way they put pressure on all of us in Parliament and created that moment in which the public inquiry should happen. So I think in that sense, sadly posthumously, Mike made a huge contribution to justice being done.
So those are the questions I'm proposing to ask. If we could now take our customary break to allow the legal representatives for core participants to suggest any further matters they want me to ask Mr Hunt.
Do you have any sense of how long it might be?
I think half an hour should suffice, the normal half an hour break. If we need longer, I will obviously let everybody know.
Well, we'll take a break until not before 3:45. Let me explain. The Act provides that those who are core participants in the inquiry, and it means what it says, participants, have a right to put questions to a witness through counsel to the inquiry. And plainly, before they can decide what questions they might want to ask, they have to listen to your evidence. They will have read it, but they won't necessarily have heard it and have formulated their questions as yet, and they must be given an opportunity to reflect and do that, and counsel herself to consider how best to put the question she's asked to do. So that takes a little while. It may take longer than half an hour, which is why I say not before 3:45. If there is a delay, it will be told. Everyone will be told, but otherwise we start then.
Thank you, sir. Dan, this final set of questions won't be in a particular chronological or thematic order because they're specific points I've been asked to raise from a number of different sources. Could we go to, please, Lawrence, DHSC 0050028. This is really just a potential point of correction to a document. So we can see there's a date at the top of the page, 7th of July 2017, and I think that's the date that then perfectly understandably appears in your statement. If we go to page 3, paragraph 13, we can see the last bullet point refers to, on the 9th of July, the Sunday Times publishing a letter to the Prime Minister signed by the leaders of all opposition parties calling for a public inquiry. So I'm really asked just to point out that it may be that the date of the 7th of July on this is inaccurate, and it might perhaps be the 10th of July. It's obviously before the announcement or the final decision that's taken. So that's that. We can take that down, thank you. When I was asking you earlier about the decision-making as regards a public inquiry, you said that it was the view or the knowledge that an inquiry would recommend large sums of money or compensation that was a deterrent factor. Does it follow that there was an underlying acceptance within number 10 in the department that an inquiry would be likely to find that there was wrongdoing, which would then point to compensation?
I don't know if that's necessarily true, and I think that we obviously are waiting to see what you conclude in this inquiry. To me, it seems likely that there was wrongdoing, but I think the view was that it would cost money anyway, because irrespective of whether there was wrongdoing, there had been injustice, and that's why an inquiry would be likely to recommend more generous support from families than had been forthcoming to date. When we looked at those three options that you set out in your letter to the Prime Minister in June 2015, an aspect of one of them was the provision of accelerated treatment, so access to the new or then new hepatitis C treatments for those who have hepatitis C as a result of infection through blood and blood products. Now, we know why that option didn't go ahead. We've discussed that. But was any consideration given by you or to your knowledge, the department, to asking NHS England to structure the rollout of the new hepatitis C treatments so as to ensure those infected at the hands of the NHS access those treatments quickly? Yes, to my knowledge, that was the first question I asked. Could we just treat the people who've been affected by this scandal first? But I was told that that wouldn't be ethical because essentially the NHS treats people with the greatest clinical need first. And so to give accelerated treatment to people with lower clinical need would mean that people with a higher clinical need who are unaffected by this scandal would be deprioritised. And so for that reason, if we wanted to accelerate treatment for everyone affected by this scandal, curious though it might sound, and I did query it when I was asked it, but the only way to do that would be to pay for the treatment to be given privately. But I still felt that it didn't really matter how you chose to skin the cat. We needed to get this treatment done quickly to people affected by this scandal. So I was prepared to support that option, even though it wasn't ultimately accepted. And then turning to the decision-making in July 2017 regarding the establishment of the public inquiry, was it the case, and this picks up on what you said in your statement about a moment where the government was distracted or weakened, and you referred to the Diana Johnson debate, was it the case that the
DUP had threatened to withdraw their support for the government if there was not a public inquiry, with potentially then jeopardising the government's ability to remain in power?
Not to my knowledge.
You used the phrase earlier about the government not marking its own homework. Should there be an independent body or panel able to order independent investigations when there are concerns about patient safety or public health, rather than waiting for the Secretary of State to do so?
It's an interesting question. I can understand the logic for that. I certainly think that the Secretary of State should have the ability to ask for independent investigations to be done quickly and easily. And there is an organisation that's now been set up called HSSIB, which is the Healthcare Safety Investigation Branch, which we set up in shallow form when I was Health Secretary, which theoretically which can do safety investigations on any issue it chooses without reference to the Secretary of State, and so it can go without fear or favour, and anyone who gives evidence to those investigations has legal privilege. There has to be a court order before any identities of anyone who gives evidence is revealed. So we have moved in that direction. But I think the fundamental problem is a cultural one, which is that there's a sort of blame culture, which means that everyone is frightened about being open and transparent when there have been mistakes. And so the result is there's still too much covering up going on and not enough learning from mistakes. And so, you know, in a way, it would be much better to address that fundamental problem of culture so that you didn't need to have these independent inquiries in the first place, because the system self-corrected. It was hungry to find out where things had gone wrong and try to sort things out for the future.
And then looking specifically at government and not the NHS, how can government be subject to greater internal challenge? Do you have any suggestions?
It's a really important question to answer, and I think that there are lots of things that one could do. I mean, the first thing is that it's very important, the relationship that a minister has with their officials. And I found that one of the problems in my 3 cabinet jobs was that ministers were often, as we talked about earlier, a bit too deferential. And they were very keen to do what you asked them to do. But if you had an idea that was completely balmy, they sometimes didn't tell you. And actually, you really need people who will say, that's a completely mad idea, Secretary of State, and it won't work because of this, this, this. And that doesn't happen as much as it should. And you need to have enough trust. And also people need to see enough of you. You need to have officials who are in and out of your office every day, so they're very comfortable being around you. I used to prefer people calling me by my first name, but a lot of officials found that very difficult because it's quite a formal structure inside the civil service. So I think one of the things is to build teams around you who there's enough trust that you can just talk very openly and say, you know, don't do this, do that, and so on. But I think also there is a role for transparency. I believe we made some very big mistakes in the first few months of the pandemic. And one of the reasons was that SAGE's advice to ministers in those early months was wrong. They recommended suspending test and trace program in the early stages of the pandemic. That's obviously this matter for another public inquiry rather than this one. But the point is, if that advice to ministers had been published in the public domain, then I think lots of other scientists up and down the country would have said there's something wrong here. And you'd have had scrutiny and challenge. And we would have got onto the right policy more quickly than we actually did. So I think transparency does have a role. But I think the most important thing that encourages a constructive culture inside government is what we talked about earlier, which is just moving away from this blame culture where if you admit you did something wrong, you're going to get fired, which is often not the case, but people worry it might be the case. And recognising that sometimes people are going to make mistakes, and you need to allow people the chance to learn from their mistakes and grow.
And going back then to the funding that was found within the department's own budget, so the 25 million from the contingency pot and then the 100 million that you referred to, is it right to understand that that having been found from the department's existing budget, that there was no consequential funding for the devolved administrations?
I don't know the answer. I was trying to think about that when you asked me the questions earlier, but I don't think there was any consequential funding because that came from our NHS budget for England, and the NHS budget for Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland had been given to them, and the increases in the NHS budget in England. So when we announced an extra £10 billion to the NHS in England in 2015, that had consequential impact on the NHS budgets for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, and the additional money we found came from that money. So I think the Barnett consequentials had already happened.
We talked about what the department might have anticipated from the Penrose inquiry. And my understanding from your evidence was that it was thought that the Penrose inquiry might make recommendations in relation to, or recommendations that might lead to financial payments. Do you know what the basis for that anticipation was in the department? Was that just an expectation that it was an obvious thing to do, or was it based upon some concrete information about the course of the inquiry?
I don't think it was based on any concrete information. I just think we thought there's an independent inquiry happening in Scotland, and that may well recommend a much more generous framework for families, and then we would feel under strong obligation to do the same in England. And you know, we were a bit surprised when it didn't do that.
The next questions talk about where money might come from within government. And the question, or the first question is this: why does it appear to be automatically assumed within government that any money is required for the support of those infected and affected through blood and blood products required to be treated as monies falling within the ambit of the health budget?
Well, that is the way that government works. So they would, you know, the Treasury's view would be, we give the Department of Health the biggest budget in the whole of government. It's a huge strain on national resources paid for by taxpayers. So if there are any issues that happen in that area, then you know, you have to consume your own smoke. So that would always be the default in any discussion, and that the Treasury would say, look, the time we have discussions about how much we're giving you is at the start of spending reviews, the 3-year spending review periods, and then we'll have a big discussion about what you think the things are you might like to spend money on. But outside that, you have to find the money yourself. So it was the default position. But in fairness to the Treasury, it was also a period when we had a massive hole in the national finances. The Treasury themselves were in deficit. So it was a very uncomfortable period for everyone.
Is a problem with that default position that the government can rebut arguments for the provision of financial support on the basis that that will come out of direct patient care for others?
Well, I said that on one occasion, and the families were extremely angry that I said it, and indeed I said it in Parliament, because that was the uncomfortable reality of my position, that I knew that at that stage any additional support would have to come from the Department of Health budget, which was effectively the NHS budget, because that consumed the lion's share of it. I think that the truthful answer to your question is that a Prime Minister can decide at any stage that this is an exceptional situation and I want it to come out of contingency funding from the treasury. I think David Cameron showed a lot of sympathy, and as you see from some of the responses he gave to my letters, but he was also very conscious that the national finances were in a terrible state as well. So I think that was what made it very difficult to resolve this.
And then just picking up on that, I think I explored with you earlier the idea that across government, so if you look at it as a government as a whole rather than an individual department, government can find the money for things it wants to do. It might be at the expense of other things, but nonetheless it can do that. Would you accept that the decision to not find the extra money to enhance the financial support schemes and hold a public inquiry was a question of won't, not can't?
I think that's putting it too starkly. I think it was very difficult. Of course, it is true. If the government, as we found, for example, in COVID, we suddenly needed to spend £400 billion, and we found the money, but we found it by adding to the national debt. And so, there are always consequences to these choices. So it is true that if you want to find the money for something as a Prime Minister or as a government, you can, but there may also be consequences which ultimately are consequences that ordinary people have to face the consequences of in the end. So I think that is what made this situation incredibly difficult. It was a contributory factor to the thing that I think is absolutely true, that it took too long for the state to resolve this issue. And I don't think any of us who were in government can escape our share of the responsibility that it took too long over successive governments to resolve it. So I've given you the specific circumstances during my period in office, but there were other things that happened much earlier, and I think the totality of this was a failure by the British state. I don't think there's any other way to describe it.
So those are the questions I'm proposing to ask from the suggestions I've received. I'm just going to check with Ms Gray. No, there's nothing from Ms Gray. Do you have any questions for Mr Hunt?
Yes, I do. Is one way of describing what you've said about the difficulties there were in establishing an inquiry, that being that government was worried about how much it would cost in the end, or could cost, depending upon what the inquiry recommended. Does that contrast with the other inquiries which you have been involved in? Because the health service is full of inquiries, and they've all been much smaller.
Yes.
So is this really a reflection of the sheer scale and size of what is involved in this inquiry?
Partially, yes. But the other inquiries that I set up weren't, I'm just trying to think, but I don't think they were public inquiries as legally constituted. The Mid-Staffs inquiry was, but I didn't set that up. That was set up by Andrew Lansley. But then the Patterson Review, the Cumberledge Review, the
Gosport,
the Morecambe Bay, these were independent inquiries, but they weren't public inquiries. And compensation wasn't the principal issue. In fact, I don't think it's the principal issue for people here. I think it's justice and the truth that matters most. But nonetheless, in this case, there was a potential for a large bill, as I think was evidenced by what happened in Ireland, which I think was what was on the minds of people when they were thinking about whether to have a public inquiry with respect to the contaminated blood scandal.
One of the things which also, I think, is reflected in the evidence which we've heard from those core participants and participants who've given evidence is their desire to learn that government and the medical profession and the administrative bodies involved learn the lessons of what has taken place so that it doesn't happen again, or something like it that doesn't happen again, or if it does, that it is dealt with in a rather better way. Part of that, of course, comes back to your suggestion that there should be a change of culture. Now, I've said this to one other witness, that in the health service, over the years, over the last 50 years, there have been quite a number of inquiries, most of which, and I think Ms. Staffs is no stranger, have said that what needs to change is the culture. And you've said, well, what we need to avoid the culture of blame. Or perhaps we need to have a culture of blame, but rather than blaming people for making a mistake, blame them for not admitting that they made a mistake. How do we achieve that?
Well, I think it's very well put, if I may say, Sir Brian. When I introduced the duty of candour following the Francis inquiry, I looked at this. I looked at the issue as to whether we should have a duty of candour for individual doctors and nurses, and I was advised no, that should be done in their professional codes of conduct, but the legal duty of candour only applies to hospitals and healthcare organisations. And I wonder whether I should have gone further in that respect, because I think that what is not the case at the moment, this is slightly tangential to this inquiry, but for an individual doctor and nurse, I think the price should always be higher for not being transparent about what happened than for being transparent about what happened, which I think is exactly the point that you're making. So what I would say is that all the inquiries that concluded while I was Secretary of State, I used them to introduce measures in the health service that increased transparency and learning from mistakes, and they were practical measures. So, for example, from the Francis inquiry, I introduced the Ofsted rating of hospitals, GP surgeries and care homes so that we know where we get good care and where we don't get good care. We introduced the Learning from Deaths programme after the issues at Southern Health. We introduced medical examiners, or the implementation of medical examiners, which had long been recommended following the Morecambe Bay inquiry. So every single inquiry that reported, I used it as a moment to make changes that changed culture. And what I would say is that I think it's if you too conclude that culture needs to change with respect to these mistakes, I hope you might also think about what the practical measures are that can be done, because I think it's very easy for governments to say, yes, we agree culture needs to be changed. But the next question is, so what are you going to do about it? What's going to change to make that happen? And I think that there are things you can do. And when I started as Health Secretary, I ran a mile from anything to do with culture change, because I thought this is too nebulous. You're never going to get anywhere. And then in the end, I concluded, actually, the only real change is culture change, because that's when you change the way people think, and that's when you really change things forever. And I do think that the NHS is more open and more transparent. You've been generous enough, Mr. Richards, to quote from my book. I don't think it would have been possible 10 years ago for a former health secretary to write a book in which every single chapter talks about a terrible tragedy that's happened in the NHS and what went wrong, and for people to read that and take it at face value. I think that we have moved on, and we do talk about things that went wrong, but there's still a very, very long way to go.
Well, you suggested there that if I were to say, as a recommendation, that the culture should change in this or that respect, the next question is, how do you do it? Well, that really was what I was asking you.
Well, I have to be honest, I've given a lot more thought to this when it comes to clinical practice by doctors and nurses. And so I think that we need to, we need to do the things that I recommended in that litigation report that I did, where we need to move to no-fault compensation. But most importantly, when it comes to doctors and nurses, I think the law needs to be strengthened to recognise that there's a difference between the ordinary human mistakes that you and I make the whole time and unforgivable gross negligence. And we need to understand that doctors are going to make those human mistakes too, and sometimes people are going to die as a result of those mistakes, and they shouldn't be punished for making them because they're human beings like we are. What we should be doing is encouraging them to be open about them so we can learn from them. But that is not to say that someone should be given any latitude at all if they turn up to do an operation drunk, for example, or something like that. That's, you know, that would be gross negligence. So I think doctors don't know where the line is between ordinary human error and gross negligence. And they're very nervous that if they own up to a mistake they've made, they're going to get dragged through a legal process where they'll be convicted of gross negligence. And you're the expert on this, not me, Sir Brian, but what I am advised by my lawyer friends is that the law is often applied inconsistently in different parts of the country, depending on which coroner you have, which police force you have, and indeed the views of a judge. And so it's very difficult for doctors to know where they stand. And other industries that have cracked this, like the airline industry, pilots really do know where that line is between ordinary human error that they can feel completely comfortable being open about. You know, forgetting to do check number 25 of 52 checks before they took off because they were distracted on the radio. They know that that's something that is a process problem, a system problem, not pilot error in a way that would mean that they should lose their license. In this inquiry, you're looking at something slightly different, which was which is potentially a catastrophic policy mistake potentially by a senior official working for the government. And to me, I think I'm not sure I feel qualified to recommend the changes, but I think, although if that happened, I think that there are two separate issues. First of all, why, if it happened, would someone think that it was acceptable to make a decision in which significant numbers of people were poisoned with absolutely catastrophic consequences? There is a view sometimes in medicine that you do something the greatest good for the greatest number, and there's going to be consequences for some unlucky souls along the way. Personally, I think that's completely wrong and not consistent with the values of the NHS, but that's that. But then I think the second question is, how could that have been swept under the carpet for so many years? And, you know, we have the 30-year rule and we have all the sort of protections on advice that's given for ministers. And I just ask myself how that kind of failure could happen in the state. I'm sorry, I wish I did have a clearer answer for you, but that's...
Well, you've told me what you can, and I thank you for that. You mentioned there the airline industry, which of course isn't just a question of the pilots, it's a question of those who do the maintenance of the plane, those who check the plane over, those who license the plane to fly. It is, in effect, a system which the airline industry has largely sorted out. And you've talked about here the duty of candour being systemic, as it currently is. The problem is where they intersect. If you take the days when industrial injury litigation began, in effect, the 1800s, when the laundry girl working in the laundry vat with a big revolving machine paddle, who's worked for 12 hours and is supposed to work for 12 hours and gets tired and puts her hand in and loses it. That's really the fault of those who are operating the system, as opposed to what is always said by or was said by the bosses in those days, it's her fault for being careless, which in one sense it was, but in a true sense it was the system. So you have the doctor who may work under pressure for too many hours with the lack of support from nurses because they're not there. Now, a mistake is made, it's human, but what is truly responsible for it? Him, the nurses, the hospital administration, or the system that requires that to happen? In order to resolve it, the answer would have to be that somebody has to say, well, yes, I was too tired. Yes, I did make a mistake. That's the starting point, isn't it?
Exactly. I couldn't agree with you more. And that is why I think we are running serious risks with patient safety, having very stretched staff at the moment under enormous pressure. I think the chances of those kinds of mistakes happening are much greater because of the pressures that staff are under. There's another difference with the airline industry, which I think I only really came to understand late in my time as Health Secretary, which is that if you discover that the right wing nut on the left-hand engine of this type of plane needs to be checked every time the plane takes off or something like that, and if you say if you don't do this, there's a risk of that engine failing. You just need to issue a simple instruction like that, and every airline all around the world will immediately make sure they check that wing nut every time they take off. And you don't need to worry about implementation because the airlines, it's mission critical not to have a crash. But if you have a mistake that's made, for example, when a baby is being born, that in a certain situation you need to use, this instrument or that instrument, whatever. It's not the case that just sending that out as an instruction means that every maternity department in the country will immediately follow that, because they are already receiving hundreds of instructions every single day on different issues, and they're also extremely busy delivering babies. And so when it comes to healthcare systems, you have to spend a lot more time working out how you're going to get the bandwidth of the people who are doing these things to change the system, because it won't happen automatically. So there's a much more thought needs to be given to implementation.
The changes which you've made in response to the various inquiries, the changes you've described, have you had a system of audit to check what effect they've actually had?
There are ways that we can check that.
Have you?
Yes.
And has it?
Yes, I would say so, but I'm a politician and I'm proud of my record in that respect. But, for example, following the Francis inquiry, we introduced the Ofsted system, so we didn't know which hospitals were good and which hospitals weren't. By the time I left office, 3 million more patients were using good or outstanding hospitals than when I arrived. It's now 4 million more patients using good or outstanding hospitals. So I think there was progress, and I do think the NHS is much more transparent. When I listened to Sajid Javid giving his response to the Ockenden report and being completely honest about the most terrible failings in NHS care in Shrewsbury and Telford, I thought that is a very big change. I was the first Health Secretary to stand at the dispatch box and talk in very graphic terms about NHS failures, and now here's two Health Secretaries on using exactly the same language. So I think there has been change. I think the NHS is more compassionate, but I wouldn't want to pretend that there's not a long way to go.
Thank you. Same sort of area in one sense is dealing with the question of how we challenge what has been received wisdom and may be wrong. One of the problems which has been discussed already in this inquiry has been the problem that civil servants may not stay, although they stay in post for longer than junior ministers, something which you've already said you find uncomfortable as a way of having a good or better government. But they do leave, and they leave perhaps more often than they used to. So there may be no easy access to departmental memory. And when you make statements, as are made here, the best available treatment at the time was given, and you make that statement 30 or 40 years after the treatment has actually been given, you may be simply parroting what somebody else has parroted the year before and the year before that and the year before that, without actually having a proper basis to found it on. How do we actually retain the ability to call up today quickly, because decisions have to be made quickly, you're focusing on the here and now, it's been stressed to me before, to make sure that actually you're telling of the past what it was?
You're asking me to answer in one sentence the most difficult question you've got to answer in your whole inquiry. I mean, I think it's not necessarily, in my experience, an issue about turnover, because in reality, sometimes it helps to have a new pair of eyes, because then they're prepared to challenge what their predecessor did. Whereas if someone stays in a very long time, they will obviously defend to the hilt decisions they took. I think it's more about having a robust challenge at the time that decisions are taken. And I think the best example I can give, which we haven't, an example we haven't talked about today, is something to do with pandemic preparations when I was Health Secretary. So we were ranked the second best prepared country in the world for pandemics. The best prepared country, I can see your eyebrows arching there, Sir Brian. The best prepared country was the United States of America, and that was Johns Hopkins University in Washington that made that assessment. And I was very proud of that as Health Secretary at the time. And we did Operation Cygnus, a huge 3-day exercise. And I even held an international summit of G7 health ministers to talk about pandemic preparedness. So we really thought we were on the ball. But the truth was, there was groupthink that if there was a pandemic, it would be a flu pandemic, because that's what we'd had before. And we hadn't given enough thought to the fact that it might be a different type of pandemic. So exercise Cygnus, which involved hundreds of civil servants and me as the Secretary of State at the time, you can look through the whole report, and testing is not mentioned once. There is no mention of testing at all. That turned out to be our biggest problem when we actually had that pandemic. And so I feel that there was a groupthink that said, if we have a pandemic in the future, it'll be similar to the pandemics we have in the past. And I think that what one needs to do is to put in place people whose job it is to challenge groupthink at every stage and make sure that, and it's particularly challenging in academia and in the civil service, because they're very consensual places where people don't like to upset each other. Everyone likes to try and find a solution that everyone's happy with. And people don't like flies in the ointment. But actually, you do need that. You need people who are going to challenge. And it can't just be ministers. I think that's the problem. Our system at the moment is built on the idea that actually the ministers are the ones who are going to come in and challenge the groupthink, the flies in the ointment. They're going to come in and say, no, it may have been done like this before, we're going to do it like this now. And everyone's conditioned to obey ministers. But we're not experts, and we don't have that institutional memory of those fields. And so you need contrary thinking civil servants who challenge perceived ways of doing things.
Slightly different topic. You mentioned Ebola in the course of your evidence. Now, Ebola can be transmitted by blood, can it not?
I wouldn't know, but
a hemorrhagic fever.
Yeah.
But to what do you attribute our relative success, as I think it probably is, in keeping this country free of Ebola?
Well, it took root in West Africa, in 3 countries in West Africa, and the World Health Organization failed to get its act together because they operate on a consensus basis, and it was very, very slow. And what actually happened was that 3 of the biggest aid donors in the world, Britain, America and France, just took 1 country each. We did Sierra Leone, and then America and France did Liberia and Guinea, respectively. And we just got on with it and tackled the problem at source. And so there was very, very clear lines of responsibility. We used the army, we used the NHS, we used our epidemiologists, but we were only doing Sierra Leone, and the French knew what they were doing, and the Americans knew what they were doing. And so it was successful for that reason, I think. So
you prevented the transmission by really dealing with it at source as best you could. I see.
Correct.
I think that's all that I have to ask. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hunt, is there anything further that you would like to add?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, there is something I want to add, which is to thank you and to thank you for your obvious candour and the reflective nature of what you've had to say, which has been really enlightening and helpful. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And tomorrow, sir, we return to Scotland with the evidence of Malcolm Chisholm.
Tomorrow, 10 o'clock.